Ed? So because you're just receiving. That's amazing. I guess you're not sending on. Yeah. Oh, yeah. My that's yeah, that's right. We'll just do all that. That's fine. change of behavior at all. Like the bed. Stuck down there, there's a group of them, girl, little kid, vampire, teenage, young adult, girls, vampire. This is amazing. It makes it practical. This part. great actor. There's the show Taboo. No. One season so far, at least that. Yeah, his show. He's writes it. Great actor.
Good morning, Pamela. Good morning.
mics are live.
Just press the bottom one, Pam, if you want to shut this thing off. Just the bottom button? Oh,
Are you trying to mute your phone?
it's a brand new phone. No, sit, chief, sit.
What do you guys
Brand
want? to
new.
mute his phone for?
Top or bottom? or
I don't
both?
know what kind of phone it is.
It's Samsung.
Would you help him mute his phone, please?
Sorry.
It's okay. All right, yeah, okay. All right. Chris, you got it.
It's hilarious. It's like 10 of us in this room and nobody can figure it out.
How do we do? Okay. This is off now, huh? Off?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Ready?
Well, I'm ready if you are, yeah. You, counsel?
Yes, sir.
Pam?
Yes.
Ready? Okay, ready. Everybody's ready.
All right, chief. You've already been sworn in and we're back on the record. So I'm going to ask you a few questions, and I know you provided this testimony yesterday, so if for some reason I get something incorrect that you testified to, please let me know, all right?
Yes, ma'am.
I believe yesterday, Mr. Caldwell asked you whether or not you had received any complaints against you personally related to race,
Yes, ma'am.
and you said no.
Yes, ma'am.
We have heard testimony in the proceedings that you made a comment back in 2014 at a mobile integrated health meeting related to Native Americans. Do you recall that meeting?
I recall the meeting. I think it was maybe the state of the department meetings that we did in 2014, if it was a large audience, but we were starting a pilot program called Mobile Integrated Healthcare. And so I talked about my experiences as a fire captain on Engine 18 in the city of Phoenix. I had, we had just recently gone through a study on thiamine deficiency on Native Americans. And so I had a group of Native Americans that worked or that lived, basically they were homeless in my first due off of 19th Avenue and Indian School Road. So what we did with a lot of the homeless or people in the community, we would buy them food. And so this particular group of folks, they were Native Americans, probably 4 or 5 of them. And if I saw them on an evening, I would go to churches and buy them chicken. And so what we had found out is that through the thiamine deficiency is that if they drank and they didn't have food on their stomachs, and we were probably going to have more issues with them later on in the evening. And so when I was talking about that story, I was talking about this specific group of people in my first due and how we were taking care of them and how we've been doing in departments around the country, mobile integrated healthcare way before the program started. And so again, I wasn't talking about a race or a complete ethnicity. I was talking about a group of 4 or 5 individuals that we tended to run on every shift. They were high volume utilizers as far as calling us on a regular basis. And so we built a relationship with them, and if we could feed them, give them blankets, anything we could do to take care of them before they called us or walked out on the road and got run over.
And there was also some testimony regarding that meeting where you referred to two Caucasian firefighters as vanilla milk duds. Do you recall that ever occurring?
Absolutely. During that meeting, because I'm sure it was the state of the department because it was a large group and I'd seen an African-American earlier in that meeting and he had a shaved head. And I always called him Milk Dud because of the shape of his head. And then as we're going around the room, introducing, talking, maybe me being too comfortable in that situation, but I had two guys sitting up there and I called them vanilla milk duds. And it was because their heads were shaved. So if that offended anybody, I didn't realize it at the time, but and if that was insensitive to them, then I apologize for that. But that was a basis for, kind of what was said.
Were you aware that a complaint was filed with the EEOC regarding these statements?
No, ma'am, absolutely not. If I would have said so yesterday. That's why I was really trying to think whether anything had ever been processed against me such as this. And I never received anything from the EEO on this at all. Bless you.
Thank you. Sir, would you agree with me that it's easy to look back at 7 years worth of history and find something that maybe someone said was inappropriate?
Absolutely. And when Mr. Caldwell asked me yesterday, I was really digging deep in my memory to think if I had ever said or offended someone. And obviously, over the course of my career here, yeah, I probably offended someone, but I knew that nothing had been processed that I knew about. So again, when I'm looking at this EEO, a lot of times they come in, but we don't see them. So we never saw this.
And now that testimony and that EEO complaint was from 2014, so many years before, but we're here today to talk about Ms. Bennick's post, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Post that occurred in 2020 and discipline that resulted immediately after those posts.
Yes, ma'am.
At the time Ms. Bennick made her post, how long had she been a firefighter with the San Antonio Fire Department?
I think somewhere over 10 years.
And as a 10-year veteran of the fire department, should Ms. Bennick be knowledgeable about the policies and procedures of the fire department?
Yes, ma'am.
Does she have a duty to know the rules and policies of the fire department?
Yes, ma'am.
Go ahead and that large binder off to your side there, turn the large one on this side, turn to tab number 9, which is joint set 4, I believe.
Page 4.
Tab 9.
9, gotcha.
Okay. This is the social media policy that Mr. Caldwell talked to you a lot about yesterday. Is that right?
That's correct.
What date was this policy issued?
This policy was issued on January 20th, 2020.
That's a mere few months before Ms. Bennick made her post, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And Mr. Caldwell had you read a number of sentences throughout this, but he stopped you at different places. So I'm going to highlight some of the things that he did not. In section 1, purpose, the very last sentence of that paragraph, will you read that into the record? It starts with speech that impairs.
Speech that impairs or impedes the performance of the San Antonio Fire Department, undermines discipline and harmony among coworkers, or negatively affects the public perception of San Antonio Fire Department are subject to disciplinary action.
And under section 2, it defines what social media is, and it includes but is not limited to sites such as Facebook.
Yes, ma'am.
Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And in section 3, read the second sentence into the record, starting in order to maintain.
In order to maintain the appearance of professionalism and public confidence to employees, shall post or provide information to be posted by others, any material sold at any material on any social media that is determined to the fire department, cities, to the fire departments, cities, effectiveness, operations, employees shall.
Okay, I'll go ahead and stop you there.
Okay.
Just to clarify, that is that any social media, any material on any social media that is detrimental to the fire department / city's effective operation. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And then turn the page and go to section 4.
Yes, ma'am.
That's titled postings that violate department rules and regulations. And goes on to say, personnel shall familiarize themselves with the San Antonio Fire Department rules and regulations and ensure all social media activity conform to its standards. And then specifically identifies rules that a fire department employee shall pay particular attention to. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Did this social media policy, or should this social media policy put Ms. Bennick on notice that a social media post could in fact affect her job?
Yes, ma'am.
Is this the only rule violation that Ms. Bennick's post violated?
No, ma'am.
Turn to tab 1 for me.
Yes, ma'am.
This is the final indefinite that Ms. Bennick received, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
In this document, it does not specifically state that Ms. Bennick post or violated the social media policy. Is that right?
No, ma'am.
We talked a little, or you talked a little bit yesterday about the social media policy comes in through section 2.02, abide by laws and departmental orders. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
2.02 says members shall abide by the rules and regulations. Did I read that correctly?
Yes, ma'am.
And the rules and regulations that are subsequently listed under 2.02 were violated by Ms. Bennick.
Yes, ma'am.
Is ignorance of a rule or policy excusable?
No, ma'am.
In fact, the rules and regulations specifically state that ignorance is not an excuse.
That's correct.
You'll look at tab 10, please. These are the rules and regs of the San Antonio Fire Department.
Yes, ma'am.
You'll turn to the second page there. It looks like, I'm sorry, the third page, excuse me. And 1.07, do you see that rule?
Which one?
1.07? Oh, I'm sorry. Are you still in the index?
I'm on tab 10.
Tab 10, on the very bottom right, it'll say COSA 0154. That's the page I'm on. Apologize.
Okay.
Okay. Do you see rule 1.07?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm gonna read that. The meaning and intent of other words or phrases. Words or phrases not specifically defined in these rules and regulations shall be interpreted to have the meaning and intent established in the common usage. Did I read that correctly?
Yes, ma'am.
So the fact that the rules and regs do not define what is offensive, this is the section that would then govern, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to object. The chief did not cite this rule in his suspension document.
Well, it's general inquiry. it's general inquiry on your part. I don't know.
Correct. I'm not saying it's a rule violation.
Oh, okay.
Mr. Caldwell originally testified, or not testified, apologize, asked questions about whether or not words were defined within the rules and regs.
So she's referencing a separate rule that wasn't actually alleged?
I don't hear any allegations. She's generally asking information material that has some materiality, may be relevant. I'm sorry.
Can't hear you.
I know. God. I know. Well, let's do it this way. Objection denied.
Thank you, sir.
Did you hear that? Okay, I just want to make sure. I know it's hard, so. And then if you'll look at 2.01D, lack of knowledge.
Yes, ma'am.
This is what you're referencing when you said that ignorance of those rules are not an excuse.
Yes, ma'am.
You were asked a little bit yesterday about progressive discipline. What is progressive discipline for the department?
Progressive discipline should basically start at the lowest level possible. Hopefully that starts at the company level officer at the fire station. And then it progresses to different levels, but sometimes you can go straight to termination, skipping any of the other progressive steps, depending on what occurred.
You're not required to hit every step in the
No, ma'am.
progressive chain.
No, ma'am.
Do you have to look to see how egregious an offense is to determine the appropriate level of punishment?
Yes, ma'am.
In front of you, I believe you'll see a document marked grievance 11.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you see that? All right. This document purports to show an entire post, beginning with Ms. Bennick's name, down through the post identifying plowing through protesters. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Mr. Caldwell asked you a little bit about this, and I'd like to do the same. When you met with Ms. Bennick, did you show her the post that you had and were questioning about during her discipline meeting?
Yes, ma'am.
And when you showed her a post identifying that she would plow through protesters, did she deny or say, no, that's not my post?
No, she did not.
Did she say whether or not some of it was missing?
No, she did not.
Did she at any time deny making the post?
No, she didn't.
All right. And looking at this post, grievance 11, in your opinion, does it still incite violence?
Yes, ma'am.
On your direct, we had talked a little bit what has been identified or what the city included as its exhibit in under tab 4. And it's a little different than what is grievance 11. So in grievance 11, is that better or worse than what we had shown you in tab 4?
Well, I think it's worse because it takes even more ownership on it. So it's adding to something that is living, that has continued to be seen on this platform. So it's adding to the inciting of violence.
Ms. Bennett says in there, Google says I can hit the gas and plow through them with 4 exclamation marks. Did I read that correctly?
Yes, ma'am.
Does that sentence change your opinion that she incited violence?
Yeah, I think, the more exclamation marks, the hit in all caps and the plow, I think it emphasizes even more.
Okay. And in your opinion, did Ms. Bennett adopt John Civilo's picture and his statement, I will be plowing through, as her own when she posted it on her social media page?
Anytime you do something like this, you do own that, so yes.
Approximately how many disciplines do you hand out in any given year?
As far as myself or lower level,
As far as yourself, sir?
I don't know, probably 30
30.
at least.
And discipline is just one aspect of your job, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
You have meetings on a daily basis,
Yes,
you
ma'am.
interact with your team on a daily basis.
Yes, ma'am.
Make runs out to inspect sites, I'm sure.
Yes, ma'am.
So in the last year, is it possible that you had seen grievance 11 before and just forgot?
No, ma'am.
So you've never seen grievance 11?
Objection asked and answered. He said it's not possible that he saw it.
I
He's
believe
already
it.
denied that he saw it yesterday numerous times.
I've asked a different question, Mr. Arbitrator. What
Yeah,
is,
change your question.
very well. Do you remember everything that happened a year ago?
Do I remember everything that happened a year ago?
Mhm.
No, but I remember this.
Will you turn to tab 4 in the book for me?
Yes, ma'am.
And while looking at grievance 11 and tab 4, you'll agree these documents are slightly different.
Yes, ma'am.
Looking at both of them side by side, when you were issuing the discipline against Ms. Bienick, did you have this full post?
We were operating off the post in tab 4.
And when you showed her that post, she didn't say there's more to it.
No, ma'am.
All right, go back to tab 1 for me. Does seeing grievance 11 change your decision to issue the indefinite suspension?
No, ma'am.
Does it change your opinion that any of the rule violations listed within the final indefinite have been violated by Ms. Bennett?
No, ma'am.
I got a little confused yesterday during the testimony. And so I want to clarify a couple things with you. Prior to issuing the final discipline to Ms. Bennett in June of 11th, 2020, to your knowledge, were firefighters already aware of the monkey post that she did?
Yes, ma'am. As I mentioned, I'd received text and phone calls, so people were aware of it.
Do you have to wait for a fallout of an action before issuing discipline?
No, ma'am.
Are you allowed to look at a situation and say, this is a problem and it's going to potentially create a bigger problem?
Yeah, I think you have to, project that it could be a potential problem. And during this time of everything we were going through, it was obvious that we needed to be proactive.
Are you a member of the San Antonio Fire Department?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you a citizen of San Antonio?
Yes, ma'am. District 9.
Do you believe that the post comparing President Obama to a monkey brought reproach or discredit on the department?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you believe posting that was conduct that presented the greatest harmony and cooperation among the units of the department?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry, you think that the monkey post created good harmony within the department?
Oh, no, ma'am.
Do you think that that post created a negative public perception of the fire department, knowing you are a member of the public?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you think it created a negative public image, given that you're a member of the fire department?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you feel that that post was inappropriate behavior?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you able, do you feel that that post undermined the effectiveness of the department?
Yes, I do.
Do you think it could cause problems with the African-American community within San Antonio?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you think it damaged the reputation of the department?
Yes, ma'am.
Let's talk a little bit about the post about plowing through protesters. Do you think, to your knowledge, was that post known in the department prior to you issuing discipline against Ms. Bennett?
Yes, ma'am.
Was that post inappropriate?
Yes, ma'am.
Was it offensive?
Yes, ma'am.
Does it undermine the effectiveness of the department?
Yes, ma'am.
Did it affect public confidence?
Yes, ma'am.
When we talk about all these things, do you have a specific instance to point to that says, oh yeah, this definitely happened, it undermined an effectiveness, or are you looking at it generally?
Repeat the question, please.
And we're talking about this, the posts about plowing through protesters undermining the effectiveness of the department. Do you have a specific instance where someone perhaps said, no, I don't want your services, or I'm not going to work with them, or
No,
something
no,
that did that?
not at all.
Just because it doesn't happen, does that mean it wouldn't happen?
Yes, just because we had no instances that we could look back on, that does not mean that the potential does not exist for it to happen.
And Bo Rose sent an email complaining about such a post. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And in that complaint, it states what she alludes to is appalling. Is that accurate?
Yes, ma'am.
Bo Rose also identifies Ms. Bennick as a San Antonio firefighter. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
How do you determine the appropriate level of discipline for someone?
Well, again, you look at basically what that person did. You look at how egregious it was. You try to fit that into the progression of discipline. And so, those are some of the factors that you would look at. You would, again, look at their history, whether they've been disciplined before, whether they've been disciplined for the same thing, whether in this act, there's multiple things that occurred. So it's a lot of different things that you would factor into it.
You look at the totality of the circumstances.
Yes, ma'am.
You mentioned history. Let's talk about Ms. Bennick's history with the department. Prior to these incidents that we're here to discuss, she had not been called in to your office for discipline, correct?
No, ma'am, not at all.
Is that unusual?
I would say most people that come in for discipline, they've never been in before.
Okay. Did anyone speak to you on behalf of Ms. Bennick trying to save her job?
No, ma'am.
Has that ever happened before?
Usually when someone's about to be terminated or the troops in the field feel that they need to come up and speak in someone's behalf, they will. And whether it's a DWI or whatever the discipline may be, generally you will have people coming in to offer insight on the individual as far as their employment history, as far as what kind of person they are, basically, speaking up for them. And so in a lot of these cases, we have people lined up to come in and want to talk to you about it. And I don't entertain those meetings with people, but sometimes you do get several letters that you'll have to look at during the discipline, or the employee will bring in letters, of reference, personal reference from officers, from other people they've worked with. So it can come in a variety of ways, whether they want to have a meeting, which we don't, or whether they want to send information in. So we got none of that with this situation.
No one came to Ms. Bennick's defense.
No, ma'am.
No one offered character evidence saying, oh, she's a good person, she didn't mean it, it's
No,
okay.
ma'am.
Turn with me in the small binder in front of you to tab 3. It's tab 3. I apologize, tab 2. This is the discipline that Engineer Johnson received for also an inappropriate social media post. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Johnson was given an indefinite, but was ultimately reduced to 90 days.
Yes, ma'am.
Why is his situation different than Ms. Bennick's?
Well, as we mentioned before, he only had one post. And it did not incite violence. And it was not racial in nature.
And you say racial in nature, you don't just mean that they reference a specific race.
They weren't targeting a race.
Ms. Bienick's post was hurtful towards a group of individuals
Yes, ma'am.
based on their race.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Johnson was targeting an organization, is that correct?
Yes, he was targeting first responders in general, PD and fire.
Did Mr. Johnson post a second post after being warned to not put anything offensive out?
No, ma'am.
Turn to tab 5, please, in the same binder. This was a post from Rudy Durand, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you know about that in 2018 when it was posted?
No, ma'am.
When you became aware of it, let me rephrase, did you become aware of it in 2020?
Yes, ma'am.
When you became aware of that post, did you start down the path of discipline?
Absolutely.
Did Mr. Durand resign or retire from the department of his own choice before that discipline could be issued?
Yes, ma'am.
Look at tab 7, please. This is a discipline for Chief Barry, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And I'm not very familiar with this case, but if I understand from your testimony, Chief Barry was having a private conversation that was overheard?
Yes, ma'am.
Did he post anything on the internet?
No, ma'am.
Did he intend to share those thoughts with the world?
No, ma'am.
His comments were also made in 2018, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you didn't become aware of it until 2020?
Yes, ma'am.
Did Chief Barry continue making statements after being warned to not use anything offensive or inappropriate?
No, ma'am.
Did Chief Barry accept his actions and the consequences of those actions?
Yes, he did.
How about Johnson? Did he accept the consequences of his actions?
Yes, ma'am.
Did both Chief Barry and Johnson indicate remorse for causing strife within the department?
Yes, ma'am.
Do they indicate remorse about the things that they had said?
Yes, ma'am.
Were they contrite?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you get those same responses from Ms. Bienick when you brought up her indiscretions?
No, ma'am.
Does anything you've heard or seen today change your belief that termination or an indefinite suspension was the appropriate form of punishment for Ms. Bienick?
Nothing's changed my mind.
We're asked a little bit on cross whether you had made your mind up prior to having the meeting with Ms. Bienick. And
Yes, ma'am.
you said that you had not, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you were shown a press release that was dated a few days prior, but not issued until after your meeting. Is that right?
That's correct.
You hadn't seen that press release before?
No, ma'am. I have nothing to do with press releases.
Okay. And you were asked a little bit about the time frame that from the time of the meeting to the time that you signed the final indefinite was about an hour. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Now you there was already a document drafted for her final indefinite. Is that normal?
Ask again, please.
Sure. When you walk in to have a meeting with a firefighter, do you have a document pre-drafted typically?
Yes, ma'am.
And if something occurs within that meeting that causes you to say, we need to change the discipline, do you have to issue the discipline that's already been drafted, or can you change it?
We can change that.
You haven't signed anything at that point.
That's correct.
Have you changed your mind before after meetings?
Yes, I have.
Just pick up the phone, you get a new draft, you move on.
Yes, ma'am.
And in this case, did Ms. Bennett give you anything, show you anything, tell you anything that mitigated the discipline from an indefinite suspension?
No, ma'am.
Pass the witness.
Chief Hood,
Yes, sir.
you just testified that it was a state of the department address where you made those comments.
That's what I think so. Yes, sir.
That's what you believe to be the truth?
It was a large group, so I'm assuming that.
You're making an assumption at that time. But would we be able to check the records to see if you had a state of the department address on September the 4th, 2014?
If that was the date, then yeah, I'm sure we could check.
Well, could we maybe get that confirmation before we conclude this hearing?
Yes, sir.
Further, isn't it alarming that two separate witnesses testified about this incident and neither one of them said it was a state of the department address?
You know what? And my recollection may be wrong, but it was a large group meeting, so we'll check on that date.
Do you remember Eric Walsh being at that meeting?
No, I don't. Eric showed up at some, Cheryl Scully showed up at some, but not necessarily. I can't remember who was at that meeting.
Do you remember retired Chief Anthony Trevino from the SAPD being at that meeting?
No, I don't.
Now, would a chief in the San Antonio Police Department attend one of your State of the Union department addresses?
No, he wouldn't.
Okay. But these two witnesses both remember those people being there. Actually, I think I'm misstating the record. I think only one testified at that.
Okay.
But the complainant, Chief McHenry, clearly remembers those people.
Okay.
Do you have any reason to doubt Chief McHenry?
You know what? I have no reason to think why a SAPD assistant chief would be at a fire department meeting.
Give me just a minute. The actual letter that was received from McHenry is up there somewhere, Chief. I can't see it. Hold on one sec. Can I approach the witness?
Is it handwritten?
It is.
I got it.
Okay. Can you go ahead and take a look at that, sir?
Time out. Sorry, hold on. You're talking about this one?
I am, but I don't believe that's page one, is it?
It's 2 pages.
The third one's right there.
Yeah.
Oh, this one.
That's no, that's the actual letter he received, but
This is all I'm showing.
okay, hold on one moment.
13, that's what we're talking about.
It is only 2 pages. I believe your testimony was under questioning. That it was 7 years ago. I think they asked you something about in 7 years, is it possible that someone could find something offensive? Maybe based upon their memory? Is that what your understanding of the city's question was?
Are you talking about Ms.
Yes,
Pfeiffer's
Ms.
question,
Ms.
right?
Pfeiffer asked you the question that, it's been a long time, it's 7 years. Is it possible someone could find something offensive?
Yes,
Okay. Would you look at Mr. Chief McHenry's handwritten complaint?
yes, sir.
He alleges the incident occurred on September the 4th, 2014. And he filed it in person, it says it right there at the top, on September the 8th, 2014,
Yes, sir.
4 days later. So would we have any reason to doubt Chief McHenry's recollection of the events 4 days after they occurred?
I have no reason to doubt it. I've just never seen it, but I have no reason to doubt it.
Okay, so his recollection 4 days later that prompted a complaint to the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission might be fairly accurate. Would
Yes,
you
sir.
agree?
Yes, sir.
Okay, might be more accurate than your recollection today.
Yes, sir.
And you already testified that you didn't know anything about this.
I've never seen this before.
That alarms me. Would you turn to the first page, the handwritten notice? The actual, the typed notice from the EEOC?
This one?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
If you look at the bottom of that,
Yes, sir.
read the last paragraph into the record, please.
Are you talking about I made telephone contact?
Exactly.
I made telephone contact with Assistant City Attorney's Office, who informed me they know exactly who to call about these comments. And I was also forwarded your letter to my supervisors for inclusion into the EEOC case file, which has been already been submitted to my supervisors for final review and decision. The city is also aware that you know about your rights and the new charges against them on this issue. I trust that this information is helpful to you.
Chief, do you have any reason to doubt the representation in that letter that the city of San Antonio was made aware of this complaint?
I have no reason to doubt it. I just haven't seen it.
Okay. Yesterday, when we were discussing the sushi incident,
Yes, sir.
I believe one of the issues during that was that a person within the department made a complaint through the chain of command.
Yes, sir.
And that too was not passed up to the city manager's office.
Yes, sir.
Is that required to be done?
Yes, sir. And I was disciplined for it.
No, I know you were disciplined, chief, but is it required that whenever someone in the department receives a complaint or any type of critical information, it's supposed to go to all the way up the chain to the chief's office? And
Yes, sir.
then it's supposed to go to the city manager's office?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that didn't happen in that incident.
No, it did not.
Now, did they, and I'm not putting you on the spot here because I think my memory is clear. Were you even informed when the sushi thing, when the complaint was made? Were you informed by your subordinates, your deputy chiefs,
Yes, sir.
that a complaint had been filed against you internally?
I would say, yes, I was informed. Yes, sir.
Okay, so you were well aware that a complaint had been filed then,
Yes, sir.
but you didn't know a complaint had been filed here.
No, sir.
It was withheld from you.
This,
Objection to the mischaracterization.
Okay.
Good night.
You were never notified by the city attorney's office of this.
no, sir.
But you admit you were discussing Native Americans and that the subject of drinking was part of that discussion.
I'd admitted that I had a group of Native Americans that were in my first due. And so we had been given the drug thiamine in our drug box, and we had done a study on thiamine deficiencies on Native Americans. And so this group of folks were high volume utilizers. We ran on them all the time. And so that's what I was referring to.
And a comment like, Indians aren't gonna quit drinking. You might have said that comment.
Objections, mischaracterization of the comment that's contained within the report.
Well, I'll read it right out of the report if you like. It doesn't get better. end quote, that they are Native Americans, you know they are not gonna quit drinking, end quote. Is it possible you might have said something like that?
I don't remember saying anything like that.
Or is it possible you might have?
Yes,
In a
it's
moment of
possible.
levity.
It's possible, yes.
Okay. And you would agree that that is a stereotype that is assigned to Native Americans?
Absolutely. And I apologize if I offended anybody by that.
Okay. And you admitted using the term vanilla milk dud
Yes,
in response to two firefighters.
with shaved heads, yes, sir.
And they were both white firefighters.
Yes, sir.
And they took that as a racial comment, or at least one of them did, because he testified about it yesterday. Do you remember him a few days later talking to you in the hallway at the chief's office?
I don't remember that conversation.
He
no.
briefed you on a case and you said allegedly good job or something like that. And he said not bad for a vanilla milk dud.
Okay, I probably remember that comment, yes, that part, yes, I remember.
All right, so it obviously stuck with him. Wouldn't you agree?
Yes, sir.
Did you inquire if it possibly insulted him or hurt his feelings or caused him pain?
No, when he responded to me, it didn't appear that it was anything like that. And if it would have been, then I would have said something about it, but I didn't get that. I didn't get that sense from him when he responded to me when we were talking about the case, and he said not bad for vanilla milk dud. I think we both laughed about it, so.
Okay, so you agree that if he would have said something to you at that time, if he would have confronted you, you would have clarified your statements
Absolutely. and
or
apo-
possibly apologized?
Absolutely.
You're the fire chief.
Yes, sir.
He was a lieutenant, correct?
Yes, sir, to my knowledge, yes.
Okay. Yesterday, you testified that she told you if someone had a problem, they could tell her and she would address the problem. Do you remember that testimony?
Yes, sir.
And you said, well, what about a rookie? Well, she's a firefighter. Okay? That rookie is a firefighter as well, correct?
Yes, sir.
You think that rookie'd feel more comfortable talking to her than telling you he had a problem with your comments?
Possibly.
Quite possibly. Could you turn to G11, please? Or
Yes, sir.
reference it for me?
Is this the real talk video?
No,
tab
G11,
11?
chief. Yeah, G11, it's the actual complete post made by Bennick. The
Okay.
actual complete, there was only one, it's the actual post made. That document, right there.
Yes, sir.
And you've admitted yesterday and you've admitted today. That is not the post you showed to her. Is that correct? That is not the document you showed to her.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, if you'll look at city 4.
Yes, sir.
Now, you would agree that is the document that you showed to her.
Yes, sir.
And I believe your testimony was there's a slight difference. Well, I would look at number 4. Is there anything in number 4 that identifies any person at all?
No, sir.
Okay, and then you look at G11 and answer that same question.
Does it identify?
Is there anything in that post that identifies anyone?
Yes.
Who?
Lauren Bienick, John Civilio.
So there's 2 names on that one,
Yes, sir.
and you would agree that the person who made, well, you would agree that that document reflects that a person named John Savillo or Savillo is the one who made the comment, "I will be plowing through."
Yes, sir. But on hers, she
I didn't ask for-
emphasized the kit and plow and the exclamation mark.
I appreciate you pointing that out, Chief. However, you would agree the document reflects the actual author of the "I will be plowing through."
Yes, but she admitted to the post.
Okay. Your notes say you showed it to her. How far were you sitting from her?
Well, it was COVID protocol, so she was probably 6 feet directly in front of me.
Okay. So if I showed you this from 6 feet, but you had actually made a post in relation to this, what's the most recognizable thing on this page?
Well, it was closer than that when I showed her,
Okay.
but
May I approach the witness?
Yes, but give him a little more distance than you did yesterday. Stand in front of him, please. There you go. Now you're talking.
What do you see? What's the first thing you see on that post, Chief?
I'll be plowing through.
You see that first? Okay.
Well, I start at the top, so,
See the emblem for Google.
yes, sir.
See that right there?
Yes, sir.
Isn't it plausible that that right there is a trademark that a lot of people recognize, correct?
Absolutely.
Okay. She actually did make a post about this. Right?
Yes.
So isn't it plausible that she said yes because she did make a post about this? But she didn't say she was plowing through. Do you see my point?
Yes.
You said, and you've said it numerous times, I've heard it throughout this hearing, that she incited violence.
Yes,
You,
sir.
you remember saying that?
Yes, sir.
Please explain to us which violence she incited. That implies violence occurred.
Not necessarily. I could look at this and if someone talks about I can hit the gas and plow through them, and you are on a social media thread, I don't know what else was on these threads from anybody else, but again, if you are talking about running over peaceful protesters, that has a potential to incite violence.
Potential to
Yes, sir.
incite violence.
Yes, sir.
Okay. But it doesn't incite violence. It potentially could incite violence.
It potentially is, but when you have a group of people or in this fire department that have already looked and been hurt by the first post, and then there are people out there that are protesting, and you have someone say, well, I can just hit and plow through them. Yeah, it can incense violence.
Wouldn't these people have to know all the facts involved with this case for all of that to work? The
You know
public,
what?
wouldn't they have to know about all these posts?
If the post is up, someone can read this and they can take it in several different ways, but there could be someone that looks at this and it does incite violence when they read this.
Okay, Chief. I think earlier in your testimony, you testified how your discipline process is fair and balanced and you don't think there's any issues with it. Would you agree with that? Do you think you hand out discipline fairly?
Yes, sir.
You do. Now, you have been provided at this hearing the actual document that is correct,
Yes, sir.
right? And
Yes, sir.
you also admitted that you used an incorrect information to hand out discipline in this case.
Yes, sir.
And you testified when she asked you just now, does that sway your opinion on your choice, on your decision?
Yes, sir.
And it doesn't.
I think the additional information makes the first post look even worse. Because John Savillo, I'll be plowing through. She comes back with the exclamation marks and the uppercase caps. So it makes it look worse than the one that we even saw.
So what would you do to her now?
The same thing.
You'd fire her?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You think she received due process, sir?
Due process as far as.
Meaning, you think she had a fair and impartial investigation performed and that she was actually terminated based upon correct facts?
Yes, sir.
You do. When your investigation used incorrect evidence that was built on falsehoods. It was, Chief. You used someone else's post.
Yeah,
As-
that's, you gotta stop there.
Okay. You discussed Bo Rose earlier in your redirect.
Yes, sir.
You admit y'all have no idea who that is, correct?
No, sir.
And I believe the testimony, I don't remember if it was you, but Bo Rose never actually participated in an investigation.
I didn't know that. I know we had taken a anonymous call and they had
An anonymous email.
email, but we get anonymous things all the time. That doesn't mean that we would not investigate it.
Okay. But you admit that it was an anonymous complaint and y'all were not able to corroborate it.
We investigated it
Objection.
though.
That's a mischaracterization of what he testified.
Okay, well, would you agree that you were unable to corroborate anything about the complainant?
We were unable to make contact with a Bo Rose.
Okay. So the two issues with the evidence was you didn't know the identity of your complainant and you weren't using the proper posts, the right post. Would you agree with those statements?
We were using the post that we had available to it, and she acknowledged that she did that. We investigate any anonymous complaint, call, email, and that's what we did. So the investigation continued whether the person was anonymous or not, or whether we were able to get a hold of them at the end of the investigation.
Okay, Chief. Let's move on to something else. You testified just now that you routinely have people speak on the behalf of firefighters prior to discipline being issued. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Could you go ahead and let's talk about, let's pick another discipline. I want you to identify who has spoke on the behalf of other folks.
During Chris Johnson's, when Chris Johnson had his discipline, I had several people contact me that wanted to come in and talk to him.
Well,
And
go
talk
ahead.
about it.
Can you identify the several people? Sir, we have been talking vaguely about people making reports and saying they will cause pain all this hearing. I
Yes,
would
sir.
like to hear some names.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to have to object to the relevance of why the individual's names are important, because one, that violates their confidentiality in a hearing they're
Absolutely.
not a part of. But also Chief Hood has already testified that he did not actually meet with those individuals, that they requested a meeting, but he did not have it because that's not how they proceed through the disciplinary process.
Council, I believe, is going to the Weingarten case. Is that what you're doing?
I'm sorry, sir, the microphone.
My fault. Are you thinking Weingarten?
I'll be honest with you, sir. I'm thinking that I've heard for 2 straight days about the impact of things in the department without any actual names or incidents being identified.
Well,
I
excuse me, I think he answered that some had reps and Grievance did not. Is that the point you're trying to make?
No, sir, I'm not. It's just more of I handle a lot of these cases and I am not familiar with what he's referring to. So I'm actually trying to get him to clarify on the record something I have been dealing with this for years and have never actually seen.
Well, then it's kind of irrelevant. We're talking about Johnson and the Grievance.
That's what he's talking about
And this
right now.
is 7 years removed in time? Is that
No,
what-
sir. He testified that in discipline, they routinely have people come to the aid of the proposed
A Weingarten
the
rep.
firefighter. She brought it up. So now all I'm doing is I'm trying to get more details about an issue they raised, that no one came to Miss Bennick's aid, as that's probative of something.
Well, that speaks for itself, doesn't it? I
Well,
mean,
then they said, but there's all these other firefighters that people come and speak on their behalf and try to save their jobs, but no one tried to save hers.
well, I don't know that you can fight that. Those are the facts.
Well, I would just like the chief to explain that one a little more, because I am unaware of that practice in the
I'll
department
be happy to explain it. I had a,
with specific examples.
Excuse me.
I-
What was, yeah, tell me what your objection is.
Well, my objection is names and bringing those names of individuals into this hearing violates their level of privacy and confidentiality. Chief Hood has already testified, he did not meet with them. He did not talk to them, that they contacted his office in order to provide that information, but he did not allow it to occur. That's all he said.
Are you familiar with Weingarten?
I am, sir, but I'm not sure I'm not going to the Weingartner challenge on this, but I appreciate the hearing examiner's knowledge of the law.
Well, grievance, ANTS, not ANCE, are permitted to bring in someone to sit with them. Bring someone into a disciplinary hearing and act on their behalf. However, they may not dispute the facts of the case, almost like a recorder. I'm sorry, state your case again.
You know what, sir? I think
This
it's,
is, I mean, we've gone over this.
yeah, I think I'm okay. I'm not going to
many,
continue.
many- I mean, a lot of the testimony here this morning, we've heard yesterday.
Yes, sir, I agree.
So we need to move on.
Yes,
or else
sir.
We'll never get to the grievance.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and abandon that, but I do want to ask one more question about it.
yes, sir.
She did have somebody with her, didn't she?
Union represent, yes,
Okay, that's pretty usual.
almost all the time. Yes, sir.
Okay, but you don't allow anybody else in there.
No, sir, we don't.
Okay. Can you go ahead and turn for me to
Big book, little book.
Little Book, tab 3?
Yes, sir.
Let's look at Mr. Johnson's post. I want to ask you some questions. Mr. Johnson states, and I apologize for the off-color language. I'm going to quote, "An extra fuck you to firefighters that have turned a fire hose on a crowd or people." Are you aware of firefighters in the San Antonio Fire Department turning hoses on fire on people, on crowds?
No, we've had one incident, several,
Yes or no?
I'm sorry.
But has there been an incident of it?
It wasn't a crowd, it was an individual.
Okay. Okay. Is that what you think he's referring to?
No, I think he's referring to,
Objection calls for speculation. We don't know what Chris Johnson was referring to.
Did Mr. Johnson disclose to you what he was referring to?
If you know.
no,
I'm going to keep reading. "And a fuck you to paramedics that have chemically sedated a person when a cop told them to."
yes, sir.
Is that something the San Antonio Fire Department practices?
It was something he was referring to from Colorado.
Okay. He doesn't clearly identify in that the San Antonio Fire Department doesn't do that. Would you agree?
Yes, sir.
But don't you think someone reading that could assume a San Antonio firefighter complaining about it means that y'all do it?
Absolutely.
And don't you think that could incite violence potentially against firefighters in your department?
I don't see it as the same.
You don't see, that's not what I asked you. I said, don't you think that people who are already mad at police officers and first responders might use that? That might further inflame them?
No,
You don't see that?
no.
Okay. You testified about Chief Berry on redirect.
Yes, sir.
I know a little bit about that case. So is it your testimony that he did not make those statements directly to fellow arson investigators in his office?
From my understanding, he made that to a person and it was overheard by someone else.
Isn't it true that there's currently an active EEOC investigation into his conduct?
Objection, any reference to an active investigation is inappropriate within this hearing.
And it's getting far afield here. Let's stay with the BNA case, please.
Well, I'm attempting to, sir, but I mean, I'm trying to illustrate that there are numerous issues that the city is dancing around, but this department has a lot of problems. If you haven't heard that yet, sir, that's been my trying to get it. So I'm curious. He undercut the actual conduct, but there's another federal investigation going on too about it.
Where's the document?
I'm just asking him if he was aware of it, sir. I'm aware of it. The city's aware of it. The news is aware of it. It was reported. So are you aware that
And the
he is
relevancy to grievance case is what?
inconsistent
You should
treatment?
make an offer of proof before we go into matters like that.
Okay, tell you what, I don't need to worry about it. It's all right. I think my point is that it goes to the systemic treatment of these kind of things in the department. From the top all the way down. However, I'll move on, sir. Actually, I'll pass a witness.
Nothing further.
Chief, you are finished.
Thank you, sir. Have a great day.
Take time. You want time, right? You want time, right?
Just
I
a
mean,
few
it's-
minutes, but are they done? Are they resting at this time?
Well, you're presenting.
Yeah, but they're taking this, that was their last
Yeah, maybe
witness.
so. Do you have any more?
I'll have a I do have another witness. I can either do it, but I'd like to do it as a rebuttal once we're finished with Ms. Finnick.
Well, is the witness a rebuttal witness or you're just anticipating that?
A rebuttal witness, yes.
All right.
Well, then we would
And you
like.
know
them-
what they're going to say beforehand?
No, but I do anticipate it being necessary. So
So you're holding it. Okay.
We would like an announcement that they're resting their case in chief.
yes,
I
that's what
would-
I'm saying. We rest our case in chief.
There you go.
Okay. Can we have 5, sir?
You need more than that. Take it.
Okay. Oh, are we ready to get going, Ms. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Okay. All right. At this time, I'd like to call grievant Lauren Bennick.
By the way, if you're, look, you had the sweater on the back of the chair, take it if you want it. I mean, I sat in that chair. It's a tough chair.
Ma'am, could you go ahead and state your name for the record and please spell it as well?
Lauren Bennick, LaurenBienek.
Thank you. Make sure we talk into the mic and speak slowly and clearly. All right, ma'am. You mind if I call you Lauren?
Mhm.
That's how I know you.
Yes,
Okay. All right, Lauren. We're here today to talk about this case and you've been listening for 2 days. Now we want to hear it from you. Would you go ahead and turn to City Binder 4? I'm sorry, 3.
Okay.
All right, ma'am. Identify that.
that is a post that was generated on Facebook, and I made a comment on the facial expression of Obama, and I did compare it to the same facial expression of a monkey.
Okay, you admit that you made this post.
I do.
You've never denied that, have you?
No,
If Chief Giusti on the day he met with you, I believe it was May the 11th, if he would have asked you about this post, would you have admitted then?
yes,
Were you aware of what he was talking about when he said there's something wrong with your Facebook?
no,
Do you remember if he said there's something wrong with your account or your profile? Or how, I mean, what did he, how did he convey to you there was something wrong?
they came out, he and Chief Preston came out, and he just openly stated and let me know that there was something on my Facebook page that could be offensive to the department, could put the department in a bad light. And I need to go through it and delete it. And I asked him, well, sir, what are you specifically talking about? He did not know. He told me he didn't know. And I said, so if you don't know what you're specifically talking about, I don't either. I don't have anything on my page that is defaming the fire department, putting the department in a bad light. I would never do that. I mean, I do know what's right and what's wrong. So I asked him again, but sir, what specifically are you talking about that is so horrid on my account? And he could not tell me. So after that, I did go through, I went onto my page and I started flipping through it because he did advise to clean it up.
Can I stop you right there?
Okay.
I'm sorry. You
Mhm.
said something that I don't know about this
Mhm.
because I know less about social media than everyone in this room.
Mhm.
Facebook page, you keep referring to your page. What is that? Are you talking about like a public page or is
So
it a
my-
starting point?
So everyone has an account, and that is their personal, private, or it depends on their settings, their personal account, their personal page. And so he advised me to go onto my page and clean it up. That's what
Okay.
Facebook is.
Because I'm kind of a boomer, would you say that the page is kind of like your home?
Yes, home base.
Okay, and then you go from your home, other places in the Facebook world, you can make posts on news feeds and comment on articles and stuff like that. Is that accurate?
Yes, so when you open up the Facebook app, it automatically takes you to your news feed. And on your news feed is where you see friends' comments, public comments that are generated towards maybe what's going on or what you have been looking at and looking through. So that's what the news feed is, and that's what you see first. You yourself have to go to a specific special button to go to your private page.
Okay, all right. But your page was public, correct? You had it, I guess, set to where folks could see it if they went to it?
At the time I did, yes.
Okay, so you don't dispute that someone could click on this name here, Lauren Bennett Liska, and it would take them back to your public page,
Yes,
your page.
Yes.
And that's the page that there was some stuff there that identified you as an SAFD employee.
yes.
Okay, you don't deny that. I
No.
mean, okay, all right. City two, would you take a look at city number two?
Gotta take a minute here. Could you get the heat or turn down the AC? I mean, it's right here.
Are you warm, sir? Too hot?
It's too cold.
Oh, it's too cold. Would you like to borrow my jacket?
No, I've got a jacket.
Okay.
It's just,
All right, sir.
thank you.
May I
He
proceed?
He lowered it. Yeah, he raised it yesterday. No problem.
All right, sir. May I proceed?
You go.
Okay, would you look at city number two?
Yes.
What is that?
So that is showing an old Facebook. So you have a Facebook profile. I had used this as my Facebook profile prior to all of this that is going on.
Do you remember? I mean, this is dated. This picture says March 23rd at 2:16 PM.
Yes.
Where would the city have found this?
They would have to go deeper into my own Facebook page.
Was your public page, have you seen any evidence yet of a screenshot of what your page actually looked like at that time?
No, except for the little picture. That at the time was my profile picture.
Okay,
That's
ma'am,
it.
but has the city offered any evidence that reflects the state of your Facebook page? If someone had clicked your name on one
No.
of those posts, you haven't seen it?
No.
Do you recollect what it looked like?
It did state, so it asked you questions at the top, and this is because it was public, so people could see this. It says, where do you work? And I did put San Antonio Fire Department. What do you do? I put that I was a firefighter, EMT. And that's pretty much the only place where I identified as a firefighter. Other than that, yes, I did have pictures. And they'd have to click into my pictures to see all my pictures of everything.
Understand?
Yes.
Okay, so it was not as simple as one click takes them to this picture right here?
No,
Okay.
no,
But it identified you as a city San Antonio firefighter.
yes,
All right. Did you have that identification out there because you were proud of your service to the city of San Antonio?
yes, absolutely.
All right. Did you enjoy being a San Antonio firefighter?
I did.
How many times had you tried to get into the fire department?
It took me 3 times. I got into my 3rd time.
Your third, so you tested
Yes,
3 times?
yes.
Okay. Were you a firefighter or a medic prior
No, sir.
in time? Okay.
No.
All right. And if you'll turn the page, there's a second photo on that too. What is that picture?
That picture is of me and 3 female coworkers and a male SAPD cop at one of the San Antonio tower climbs.
Okay. Do you know where this picture was found?
That had to go very deep into my page.
They did. And this was posted on or around April the 2nd. Does that sound accurate to you?
Yes, but I don't know what year because I only did the tower climb.
You might be a little too close.
Sorry.
That's right, that's right.
I had only done the tower climb twice, so that was years ago.
Okay. All right. All right, ma'am. Go ahead and turn the page to City 4, which is actually the post. I think we originally referenced our copy, but let's go ahead and reference the city's copy
Okay.
of the post concerning the former president. It's going to be City's 3, I'm sorry, City 3. I keep reading to the tabs on the right.
Mhm.
All right, ma'am. When you made that post, you remember when you made that post?
I know that it was prior to May 11th, because that's whenever he first confronted me. All I can recollect is that it was late April, sometime in April, late April, early May.
And that was a post, and was that posted from your page, or was that posted to someone else's, or from your feed?
From my feed off of Richard Whitehead, who generated this first New York Post picture or article. He generated that. It was on my feed, and I commented and compared the picture with the facial expression.
When you did that, let's go ahead and get into the meat. Why did you do that?
I had no negative motive towards it. I had no hurtful, harmful intent. It literally was just, it was humor for me.
Go ahead, ma'am.
I did not know that I was going to be causing any harm or pain to anybody.
So that wasn't your motive?
No, sir.
Okay. At the time, you thought it was funny?
I did. Prior to the world and all the happenings, I took that as being funny. Did not know that it was going to be racially motivated, hurtful, painful,
Or racially construed?
or racially construed, absolutely.
But your post wasn't racially motivated?
No,
Okay.
no.
Why? I mean, I'm sorry, what about the president in that picture and the monkey makes you think they look like each other? I don't understand.
The facial expression that I saw I saw Obama's face. I remembered seeing that facial expression of the monkey, and I compared the two.
Was it on his face? Was it his frown?
His pierced lips.
His pursed?
Just drop your hand. I'm trying to read you rather than.
I'm sorry, sir.
Just drop your hand.
Okay, was it, it was the expression on his face with his mouth?
Yes, his pierced lips and the facial expression, and
Pierced lips or pursed?
the pursed, sorry, I guess I'm saying the
Okay,
wrong
'cause
word.
I'm pretty sure the president doesn't have any facial piercings.
Sorry,
Um,
pursed lips, not
Oh,
pierced.
okay,
I'm
all right,
sorry.
ma'am, that's okay.
Wrong word.
That's okay. We want you to explain it today. Okay, in looking at the picture of the monkey below that, does it appear that the monkey is making a similar expression with their lips or a similar? Do they look similar?
Yes, that's why I stated what I stated and compared the two facial expressions.
And again, at the time, you didn't have a racial intent. There was not.
No, absolutely not. I don't. No, I did not.
Okay, now, it made a lot of people mad. Would you agree?
I agree.
Do you see why it would make people mad?
After the fact, I can definitely see how this could be perceived as racial, influential as racism. But at the time, no.
Do
I
you
didn't.
remember, were you at home when you made this, or were you at a fire station?
I was at home.
Okay. How long did you work on this post before you made it? I mean, is this something you really put a lot of work and effort into?
No, it was a snap,
Seeking? No, it was a fairly quick thing.
fairly quick.
Had you ever seen that picture of the president before?
No,
But had you ever seen that picture of the monkey?
yes.
And how had you seen it used before?
I believe, and I did tell Chief Hood that I had used it before, just with a facial expression of something else that I've done and seen. So I used it.
Do you happen to recollect if your use of it before involved an African-American?
No, it was not.
It wasn't? Had you ever seen it used to compare? Had you ever seen that monkey picture used to compare someone else?
This monkey picture
Yeah, that
compared to somebody
particular
else? I hadn't seen it. I just did it due to the facial expression.
Yes, ma'am. Had you ever seen monkey picture? Had you ever seen animal comparisons on the internet to human beings?
I had,
Have you ever seen presidents compared to animals?
yes.
I believe in your meeting with Chief Hood, you even admitted that you had compared former President Bush.
I didn't compare, but I had seen.
Oh, you had
Yes,
seen
yes,
it.
I had seen that during Bush's presidency, he was compared to numerous monkey pictures.
And was the comparison to him based upon the fact that the former president had large ears?
I guess it was.
Yeah, okay.
I-
Had you ever seen, the current president at that time was Donald Trump, right?
Yes, sir.
Had you ever seen any pictures or any parodies online comparing him?
I had,
What animal has he been compared to?
he's been compared to a baboon, an orangutan, orange Cheeto, lots of numerous names.
Okay, all right. So you'd seen it before and based upon that, maybe that's what, is that what led you to make this comparison?
And to me, it was all just humor. And because I did not know the connotation of a black person compared to a monkey was racist. That's why I did that. It was humor to me, not racist. And I didn't know that the way somebody else would see it would lead straight to racism.
You know, Lauren, a lot of folks would think that comparing Black Americans to a monkey could be racist. Did
I
you?
get that now.
Yeah, but you didn't think at the time,
No,
it didn't occur to you?
no, I was not raised racist. We didn't discuss things like that in my family. In school, we didn't learn about the way black people are compared to monkeys. And I was younger when President Obama was president. And I mean, I didn't go looking for comparisons. I didn't have any reason to ever hear it. I grew up in a small town. Racism was not an issue. I never heard of the comparison prior to this happening.
Prior to this, how long had you been in the department, ma'am?
10 and a half years.
Had you ever had any issues with other firefighters on political matters or racial matters or anything like that?
No, sir.
You had served with African-American firefighters though, correct?
Yes, sir.
You were actually assigned to 23s with a retired firefighter that I know very well.
Yes, sir.
Mr.
And
Hubbard.
actually another one on the ARF team as well.
Okay, all right. Never had any issues.
Never.
Okay. And you heard them testify that, to their knowledge, you've never had any issues until this day.
Mhm.
Okay. You don't describe yourself, you don't consider yourself a racist person.
No, sir.
Now that this is all unfolded, you've seen the movie that they made, correct?
Correct.
You'd agree that that movie never identifies you by,
Reject to leading.
does that movie ever identify you by name?
No,
But what is that movie specifically discussing?
my post, the post.
And did you feel that that movie was about you?
Yes, I did.
Do you think that movie painted you in a fair light?
No,
How did that movie make you feel?
me personally, it was a character defamation. It wasn't my name, but when everybody in the department knew who it was about, it dragged my name through the mud. Because there were probably a lot of people who didn't know about my firing. or know about this specific situation until this video came out.
So you believe that much of the awareness within the department and even without occurred because of the city's response?
Yes,
Okay. When you watched that video, did it make you feel scared?
absolutely.
Did it make you feel like you wouldn't be safe if you went back to a fire station?
Yes,
So some of the things, some of those emotions expressed, would you agree that those were you felt the same way? You might have actually had those feelings as well?
towards the video.
Yes.
Yes,
You actually expressed to the chief. Did you express this, your concern to the chief during your meeting?
I did.
That you were scared about your family?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Can you flip to number 4? All right, ma'am, do you recognize that?
I do, the Google.
Do you recollect if you were given a copy of this post or the previous post during the investigation?
No,
By the
not in any,
city.
not in any meetings,
No.
not
Okay.
in the meeting.
When you were asked about them, was it verbal? They were asking you about the posts?
Yes,
Did they ask you to write any letters?
no,
Okay. So you never actually provided any type of statement about what you had actually said or why?
no,
Okay. Did you make this post, ma'am?
I did not. No, I did not generate it. I did not do this Google search.
Okay, would you look at RG11? Is that the post that you did?
Yes,
The one at the
so,
top?
yes, on my news feed, I had seen this Google search. And so then I shared my comment up on top. Google says I can hit the gas and plow through them. So that is why this one was on my page.
So on the feed, there was a post by a fellow named John Savillo. And you responded to that?
No, I responded to the Google wording.
Oh, so you were just another person making a comment on that Google
Yes.
picture. You don't know Mr. Savillo?
No,
Okay. When you were asked about this post, what did you think they were asking you about?
I mean, they stated that if I made a post about a Google search, and so I did. I mean,
And that's what you thought,
yes,
you thought they were talking about the Google says I can
Mhm.
hit them, plow them thing?
Mhm.
But you didn't say I will be plowing through.
no, that is not my words.
Okay. And when they asked you, you were just commenting on what you had said.
Yes,
Okay. What was your intent of this one?
so when I first saw it on my news feed and saw the Google search and read through it, I was shocked that Google had stated that. And so I just put it out there again. That's why I did a direct quote of Google says I can hit the gas and plow through them.
So you were surprised? Is
Mhm.
that your testimony?
Yes.
Okay. When was this post made? Do you even know? Or do you know?
This one was done after the passing of George Floyd and before I had gotten my first notice. So between May 24th and June 4th.
But you're not exactly sure?
No,
Okay. To your knowledge, was there anything else on your, actually disregard. You feel like your statement incites violence?
I just made a direct quote from what was said on the Google search.
What was going on at that time that made this more stand out to you?
So the reason why it stood out is because at that time, what was going on was there were protesters that were taking over the highways and the expressways and the roads. And there was one instance, an example, that a truck and horse trailer had been forced to stop in the middle of the road and could not proceed forward. And Molotov cocktails were thrown into the horse trailer and killed the horses. So that affected me. And then another example of what was taking place that I saw was an 18-wheeler driver was forced off the road as well by protesters blocking the road and where he couldn't proceed. They drug him out of the cab and nearly beat him to death. And then also there was an elderly gentleman who was in his vehicle. He could not proceed forward. They were beating on his car and beating in his windows. And he even had a medical incident at that time. And I was scared.
It scared you seeing those kind of incidents nationwide?
Yes,
Okay. You were on duty during, you were on duty up to the time that you were actually fired, ma'am?
yes,
Okay, so you continue to work at a fire station?
I did.
Did you have any issues at work or have any, have to make any deviations because of people out protesting or whatever?
Not in San Antonio.
No.
All I know is that when I had had a conversation with my coworkers and even with my family about what I should do if the case arises, because I know that the protesters were right there in Austin, blocking roads and taking over the highways. And so, like I said, I was scared. I didn't know what to expect, but at work, no, we did not have any.
Okay,
No,
all right. There was no, that you are aware of, did you have any issues or witness any issues of firefighters' divisiveness over the events involving Mr. Floyd?
no,
You
no,
didn't see any?
no.
How did you consider your fellow firefighters at your station?
Brothers. I didn't work with any females at the time, but brothers and sisters, I mean, that we were all copacetic. Everything was fine, nothing, no issues anywhere. with
And
anybody.
did you feel like your environment that you worked in was one of mutual respect?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. Getting back to the post with the president
Mhm.
and mutual respect.
Mhm.
That one right there, do you see how that one might require you to explain some things to fellow firefighters?
I do, absolutely, if I was confronted.
Confronted. What if you were just asked about it?
Yes, or just asked about it, absolutely.
Okay. Confront is a powerful
It-
word.
If I was asked about it, yes.
Okay. What would you say?
That I didn't have any malicious intent. I had no harm behind why I did it. I didn't mean to cause any pain whatsoever. It was just a lighthearted joking.
Would
And I
you
didn't mean it, and I'd be sorry
Okay.
that I hurt their feelings or caused them any sort of pain.
But no one confronted you about it, did they?
No,
You were confronted by Chief Hood, though.
by Chief Hood,
Mhm.
first time and only time I spoke with him was in our meeting,
And what did you tell him during that meeting?
that I was sorry, that I had no violent intent. I didn't mean to cause any harm. I had no motive behind it, everything that I've been saying.
Everything you just testified that you
Yes.
would say to someone else.
Yes,
Okay. The chief actually referred to you as a trumper. Did you refer to yourself as a trumper?
no, I did not.
What is a trumper?
I mean, just from what everybody says, it's people who are hardcore Trump supporters.
That's how you took it? That's how you would take it if you heard that?
Yes, that's how I would take it.
Would you do me a favor and turn to Grievance number 1. It's the notes from the meeting.
Oh, gee.
Yeah, it's, I think it's.
I got it.
Do you recollect who was actually at this meeting, ma'am?
Yes, so in the meeting with Chief Hood, it was Chief Hood, me, Vance Mead, and yes, in front of me.
This gentleman here? who's
Yes,
here
Chief
already?
Vance Mead.
Okay,
And then my union representative, Stephen Heimer.
Mr. Heimer.
Stephen Heimer. Yeah, sorry.
How many meetings did you have with people besides this one?
So I wouldn't call them meetings. When I was first given my, my first reprimand, it wasn't a meeting. We were just there, and Chief Mead read my whole suspension report. Him, Valerie Frosto, who is another chief, and I signed everything. And, that was it for that one. Then I was called back for
Can I stop you
Okay.
right there? Chief Sprousto and Mead were attending. Anyone else?
yes, it was me, Chief Mead, Chief Frosto, my Chief Rustin, he was sitting there in there. Stephen Heimer was there, and Richard Justy.
Was Charles Hood at that meeting?
No,
Okay. To your knowledge, did you have a meeting with Charles Hood and Richard Justy?
never.
Okay. But you heard Chief Justy testify that he was at that meeting yesterday, didn't you?
I did.
To your knowledge, is that accurate?
No.
How did this meeting begin? Because the notes have a lot of personal information about you at the very top. Did you bring them a resume, or how did they get all this information?
No, so we sat down and Chief Hood came in and he started asking me a series of personal questions, and these are my personal answers. Just like he said, kind of lighthearted, get to know one another thing.
Yes, ma'am. Prior to this meeting, were you informed that you had, you could have people speak on your behalf?
No,
Have you ever heard of that practice?
no,
Okay. All right. If you turn to page 2 of that, you state some of your values. I believe in reference to your comment that you say you've deleted a lot, and Chief Hood goes like, what? And then if you could read that, your response to the chief for me, please.
my response was to him asking me what
What
I've
you-
deleted.
Yes.
My response was lots of political stuff. I've taken it down. I'm conservative, Christian. I like Trump. I don't like Obama. So I post those kinds of things. I don't know what Chief Justy was talking about when he told me I was posting inappropriate things. I asked him what it was. He said he did not know, but that I needed to check my Facebook and remove anything that is offensive. I offered him my phone to check my Facebook, but he wouldn't. I couldn't find anything because it wasn't on my page. It was a reply on another Facebook account.
Was that why you didn't see these posts that they were seeing?
That is why I did not see the one with President Obama. It was gone. It had already been deleted.
Okay, but not by you?
No,
You didn't actually try to conceal any evidence or anything?
no,
Is this the only time in your meeting that you referred to your own personal values? Or did you actually talk about more political stuff?
I'm confused.
Did you talk about other political matters besides what you just said during this meeting?
No,
You identified as a conservative Christian who likes Trump but doesn't like Obama.
yes,
Did you continue on that thread any other time in the meeting?
no,
Okay. And you never identified as a quote unquote Trumper.
no,
Okay. Would you agree that people, and you've been exposed to that term Trumper is actually kind of a derogatory term, isn't it?
it is. It's people who are hardcore Trump and how the world has been identifying people who support Trump. And it could be derogatory, yes.
Okay. Did you take it derogatorily when the chief referred to you as a Trumper?
I took much offense to it because I never said it, nor have I ever identified myself as a Trumper.
All right. You said you've taken political stuff down.
Yes.
Is that what you thought was offensive?
My political stuff, yes. I did, at the time, I didn't know. I didn't know what they were talking about. So I went onto my page. There's a place on there where you can even go back through your activity logs. I was searching, I was looking, and I just figured anything political I took down.
And you disclosed that to the chief,
Mhm.
but you were never told anything about the particular posts.
No,
Okay. Do you know anybody named Bo Rose?
no,
Chiefs Meade and Hood both testified that you were not contrite during this meeting. Do you agree with that?
can I specifically have the definition of contrite?
Hmm. I'm not quite sure what they mean either, but I assume it means sorry.
There are numerous times in here where I apologize.
Okay. Did you understand what the purpose of that meeting was for?
So what I assumed and was always told is that you go in, or you have a choice, and I chose to. You go in and you have a meeting with the chief and discuss the issue at hand. And it's to ultimately, I guess, try and save your job.
And that is the purpose you thought you were there for?
Yes,
You mentioned several times that you're trying to save your job.
Mhm.
Is that correct?
yes, I did state that.
You were responding mostly to the chief's questions.
Yes,
Previously, you'd mentioned to us about your upbringing and how you feel. Did you also tell that to the chief?
I did. I let him know that I grew up in a small town. My family and I have never been racist, have never been accused of, have never had problems with anybody. I personally have never had problems with coworkers. Never have I had problems with the citizens. We're not racist. We didn't grow up that way from where I'm from.
During that meeting, do you recollect if Chief Hood mentioned to you the impact that it had on firefighters?
He did.
What did he say?
He said that I caused a lot of pain and hurt a lot of people's feelings.
Did he say they were firefighters?
He did state firefighters in the department. No one specifically, he just said firefighters.
Okay. He was generally said to
Mhm.
hurt some people. What did he say about the media?
He mentioned that what does he do or what does he say to the media if he were to if he were to save my job, how could he defend it to the media?
Did he say that more than once?
Yes,
Did it seem, what did it seem like to you his concern was when he kept repeating that?
more of how it would look on the department if it got out
Okay.
or when it got out, because he did state that, oh, it will come out.
Okay, but he told you at that time, it seemed like it hadn't come out yet.
Not yet.
Okay. And he didn't tell you it's come out.
He didn't say it's come out, but he said, oh, it will come out. It's
Okay.
stated in there.
And that day, isn't it true they released a press release about it?
Yes, from what
mem-
I've seen, yes.
So it came out with that? Is that what you would assume, that it came out with that, with their release?
Yes.
Lauren, is there anything you would like to tell the hearing examiner about your conduct?
So, Mr. Hearing Examiner, sorry. I was a firefighter for 10 and a half years. I served the public. I worked with a numerous array of diversity in the department, my fellow coworkers, and this city is very diverse. I have never, even in my personal life, ever had a problem with anybody. Nobody ever has confronted me that they've had a problem with my values or anything I've said, anything towards race, anything. So with that being said, my character and my integrity of my 10 and a half years in the department and then my personal life speaks volumes of who I am. I'm not racist. My family's not. It was a mistake. I made a mistake posting something on Facebook that was untoward. And I can see, yes, how it now after the fact, I can see how things could be perceived as racist in that first one. And when they say that I was not remorseful, numerous people stated that, numerous people said that I was not remorseful. That is not true. I cried in that meeting. I ranted on in that meeting of how sorry and remorseful I was. And it wasn't just because I got caught. It was because I was sorry for what I did. And if I had caused any pain, nobody had confronted me. I couldn't defend myself in this instance. And I'm sorry to everybody. I'm sorry we're here for this. I am. So it's been a long road.
All right, ma'am. Well, thank you. Thank you. At this time, I'm going to pass you to Ms. Pfeiffer. She's got a few questions for you. Pass the witness.
Ma'am, how old are you?
I am 34 now. When I got fired, I was 33.
Where did you grow up?
Floresville, small town south of San Antonio.
How many people live in Floresville?
I'm sorry.
How many people?
Oh, it's ultimately substantially grown, especially from when I was in high school and went to school. I can't give you a number.
Okay. And that's fair. If you don't know the answer,
Yeah,
it's more than fine to say that. What ethnicity or race do you identify with, Ms. Bennett?
I am white.
I apologize. I've never lived in Floresville or even, I don't think, been there. Are there African Americans that live in Floresville?
No, predominantly Floresville is a Hispanic town. I went to school with some African-American people. They're not dominant.
Okay.
Yeah.
You mentioned in your testimony that you were from a small town and racism was not an issue. Did you speak to these African Americans you went to high school with to see if they ever experienced racism?
Never came up.
Did you ever
I-
ask them?
No.
So you can't actually say whether or not everybody within the Floresville area where you grew up experienced racism or not.
I object. She's testified as to her own experiences, not everybody
Not what
else's.
she testified to.
She said,
It wasn't an issue that was ever brought up amongst anybody in my class or in my circle of friends or my sports mates. Nothing ever came up.
that they discussed with you? You said you grew up and you were taught what was right and wrong. You knew what's right and wrong, correct?
Yes,
You agree with me that racism is bad?
yes, it can be hurtful.
You said that you didn't know that comparing an African-American man or an African-American, excuse me, to a monkey was racist or could be perceived as racist. Is that your testimony?
I can see that it can be perceived, but I did not know that comparing a Black person, male or female, to a monkey was racist. No,
In your 33 years, at the time that you posted this, you had never heard that it was racist to post a picture comparing a monkey to an African-American.
no.
Go ahead and turn to tab 3 in the large binder, please. You testified that you made this post because you thought it was funny. And you did so because of the facial expression that President Obama is making in the picture above, correct?
Correct.
Read to me the statement that you posted on top of the picture of the monkey.
Is it wrong of me to say that he looks like a monkey? I'm just saying.
Where does that draw attention to his facial expression?
The picture, that's why I attached that monkey picture.
You expected someone to interpret your intent with that.
I didn't expect anything.
You expected people to know that you were trying to identify facial expressions from this photograph.
It was my intent, and the way somebody perceives something is their truth.
If you didn't actually believe it to be wrong, why would you ask, is it wrong of me?
So that is just a preface that people use when they're saying and making a lot of statements in times.
You know that as you're using it, a colloquial phrase is meant when someone is actually knows they're doing something wrong or saying something that's wrong, isn't it?
That was not my intent. Like I said, it's a preface that people use. Is it wrong of me? Tell me, is it wrong? If it is, let me know. It was just the way I began it, like any other preface.
When you had your meeting with Chief Hood and he brought this post to your attention, he showed you the photographs in question, correct?
This post?
Yes.
Yes, he showed me this. Post.
And he showed you a response to your post that identified your comment as racist, didn't he?
I told him I had never seen that response.
But he showed it to you in your meeting.
He did, and it's not on here.
You mentioned a little bit about Facebook and how it works. And I think you said that there's an app. And we're talking about an application that you can get on a smartphone, correct?
Yes,
And you had that at the time of this post, and that's what I'm going to be referring to. You had a Facebook application on your cell phone.
in the app, I had a Facebook account. And I say app because it's Facebook itself. And within Facebook, yes, I have.
Okay. I just want to make sure that you had access to Facebook from your cell phone.
Yes,
There's an app. You can click the little icon. It takes you to Facebook.
yes,
You had an account on Facebook.
yes,
And as you testified, when you open that app, it pulls up directly to what you refer to as a news feed.
yes.
And that news feed, you can see posts from other individuals.
Mostly they're your friends And then, like I said, if you've been searching certain things or doing certain things, it starts generating, it's a generator, and it starts generating kind of the things that you've been interested in and things like that.
Sure, but you're not actually having to go to each individual profile to see what your friend Bob posted. You can see things on news feeds from different sources.
I mean, so the way Facebook has been, say we were friends, the way Facebook has been, I wouldn't always see your postings and your stuff. If I wanted to see what you were up to, I'd go find you.
And I understand that. I'm not
Okay.
trying to be difficult. What I'm
Okay.
trying to say is your news feed is not populated by you and your like, you don't have to click on each individual, go to each individual account to see what everybody's posting. Certain ones are automatically populated for
Yes.
you.
Yes.
You don't control what they are, but they're automatically populated.
Yes,
Okay. So when you open your news feed, you go on and that's where you see this picture of President Obama that was posted by Rich Whitehead.
yes, as I was scrolling through, I came upon that, yes.
And you say scrolling, so it's not just one thing that pops up on your news feed, it's multiples.
Yes,
And all you have to do is swipe your finger up and the page goes down and you can see various other things.
yes,
And these various other things could be from other people, other pages, other posts,
Yes.
unrelated. You see the one from Rich Whitehead, you chose to then click on that, correct?
I did not click on it, no. I made a comment,
Oh, directly from your news feed.
yes.
Okay. So you didn't even have to click on anything, you just go right there.
I pushed, see where it says like, comment,
Yeah.
and share, I pushed comment, and I made.
Okay, excellent. Thank you so much.
Mhm.
So you did that, and that's when you then made the statement. And how does the photo get there? Do you have to upload that?
Yes, so there, see that little, it says GIF on there?
Yes.
That is what that is. So you click on that and you search any word you want and a GIF will come up.
Okay, so when you said you didn't take a lot of effort, what you meant was that you opened your app, saw this post on a news feed, scrolling through. Now you've clicked the like or the comment button, excuse me.
Mhm.
You've written out these sentences. You then clicked a GIF button. You then searched for the one you wanted. You then clicked on that and added it to your post, correct?
Yes.
And then after you do all that, you have to hit a button called post.
Once you do the comment, I guess you do. Yeah, it posts.
Something to make it
Yes.
go forward. Okay. Seems like an awful lot of steps to say it's not a lot of effort. So when you said it was not a lot of effort, you just meant it didn't take a lot of time, right? Because you're
No.
familiar with Facebook.
It happened quickly, flash comment.
You also said that when you posted this, you did not mean anything, you had no negative motive.
No, ma'am.
Is that correct?
Correct.
And I apologize, I just have to get you to be clear for the record, yes or no.
Oh, yes, no negative motive. No, ma'am.
That you thought it would be humorous to post this. But when you met with Chief Hood, you told him you posted it because you were just being mean, didn't you?
I did. I said that. I was just being mean, quick humorous comment and mean towards it, going along with political stuff, which is what is also stated in here.
I think we both can agree that mean and hurtful are similar. They both cause pain, correct?
Correct, but that's what
Okay.
I told him. I was not at the time doing anything. I didn't know I'd be causing pain or hurting anybody.
But you have already admitted that you did it to be mean. You've already admitted that. So let's go on to the political aspect. Looking at this post in your statement, where does it address anything political?
President Obama.
You didn't post President Obama. So where in your statement does it say political?
Nowhere,
Where does it say President Obama?
nowhere, but it's attached to President Obama's picture.
Thank you. So where does it address President Obama's policies that you're having a political problem with?
Nowhere.
And at the time you posted this, Obama wasn't even the president, was he?
No.
Let's talk about your profile page. I understand that you said when you use the app, that your profile page is not the first thing that pops up. You click a little button and that takes you to your profile page, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. But when you look at this post, all I have to do to get to your profile would be to click your name. Is that right?
Yes,
And if I click your name, and at the time, I believe you said your account was public, I would then go to your profile page. It would automatically take me there, correct?
yes, if you click on my face or my name, yes.
And then I would be able to scroll through, as you talked about
Mhm.
before, to see all of your previous posts.
Yes,
You testified that you weren't sure what the date that you made this post, but you know it was prior to May 11th, sometime maybe end of April. Is that right?
yes, ma'am.
You will turn to tab 2 for me. Second page.
Okay.
The second page.
Oh, sorry.
All right. This picture was posted on April 2nd. And we don't have a year on that, correct?
No,
But it was posted April 2nd.
yes,
So if this was posted in 2020,
Hold on, ma'am. I'm sorry. Are you speaking about tab 2 or tab 3? Oh, you're speaking about page 2 on tab.
yes,
2.
tab
I'm sorry,
2,
ma'am.
page 2. We all on the same one now? Okay. So if I'm assuming this was posted in 2020, at the time you were making the post about the monkey and President Obama, I would really only have to scroll through between, you said May 11th and April 2nd to get to this post.
yes. I mean, that's what it shows, but I know that this picture was taken long ago.
Okay.
I think what had happened, if I do recollect correctly, the cop in this picture reposted it, I guess. So that would have been, I guess, further up than further back.
And that was going to be my next question. It
Oh.
is possible then for a post that's perhaps older in another year to be reposted in a current time frame.
Yes,
And it's even possible, Facebook allows you the opportunity to revisit what they call memories. And it shows you different posts that you've done a year before, 2 years before,
Mhm.
around that same time frame, and allows you to repost it,
Yes.
correct?
Mhm.
And if you flip one more page, or backwards, yes, there we go, first one, thank you. This profile picture was added on March 23rd. Is that right?
so I believe what I did with this one was it was a temporary profile picture. Yes, in March, and then I changed it. And that's why the little picture is just of my face.
Sure. But if I'm scrolling through your news feed, all I have to do is just keep swiping up, and I'm gonna get to this March 23rd post where it says Lauren Bannock changed her profile picture.
Yes,
And there's gonna be your picture with the fire department logo in the background.
yes,
You also talked about an about page where it says at the top, I work for, or I'm employed by
it's
San
it's not a
Antonio.
page. It's literally just on top. The-
Okay.
The first thing, you'll see your profile picture, and then right below that is your about stuff.
So if I got to your profile page, I wouldn't even have to scroll anywhere to identify that you were a member of the San Antonio Fire Department.
Correct.
And looking at this profile picture, at the very bottom, there's a little thumbs up and a little heart logo. Then it says Roger Mora and 102 others. What does that mean?
So at the time when I had changed my profile picture to this picture of me with the accent in front of the fire truck, what happens is, again, say we're friends, you would click the like button or the heart button. So that's what that means. I had 102, 103 people who liked that picture.
So then you'd agree with me that at least 102 people knew as of March 23rd that you were a San Antonio Fire Department and had access to your page.
Yes.
And flip back to tab 3 for me.
Okay.
And under the picture of the president, there is a little thumbs up with number 14. Next to it, do you see that?
I do.
And that means 14 people at minimum saw this picture of President Obama posted by Rich Whitehead.
That's what that indicates.
Okay.
Tons of people could have seen it, but just 14 people liked it.
And when you comment on a thread or like a thread, and someone makes another comment or follow up, you're then notified because it knows that you like that particular thread and then it reminds you of it, doesn't it?
You do get notifications, but you have to check them to see it. So I never, ever saw any response to this.
When you were in your meeting with Fire Chief Hood, he showed you the complaint from Bo Rose and the attachment to that showing the post about the protesters. Isn't that correct?
That is incorrect. I never heard of Bo Rose till this investigation with my lawyer began.
Okay, let me rephrase that. Did he tell you there was another complaint and then showing you the Facebook post about plowing through a crowd?
Yes, he just said that there was a complaint of sorts.
Sure. There's been some discussion about which post you looked at during that meeting. Look at grievance 11 and then tab 4 in the large binder.
Yes, in there.
Which of these posts did Chief Hood show you?
I do not specifically recall. All I know is I saw the Google.
Okay.
And I did admit and know that I made a comment on this Google thread.
You testified that you found this on your news feed, is that right?
Yes,
So again, just right there in your face, you didn't have to go look for it, there it is, and you copy that or share it, however it worked, share it.
Yes,
And then that repost it to your page and allows you to make the top comment.
yes.
You said you were shocked when you saw this Google search. What shocked you about it?
What is stated within the Google search, and that Google itself said directly like what I quoted, that you can hit the gas and plow through them.
So you were shocked that there's some Google, as you describe it, is allowing or is saying you can hurt people.
Yes,
And yet you chose to further that shocking statement to the world.
it was just a direct quote that I put out there.
So yes, you did. You shared this.
Well, I object to the way you asked that question. You mischaracterized it. You said she chose to share this shocking information with the world. I'm not so sure she testified that was her intent.
I believe the question speaks for itself, but let me ask it again, Ms. Bennett. You chose to share this picture and John Spillo's comment with everybody on that has access to your Facebook page.
Yes, and I didn't want to share his comment. His comment just pops up with the Google search.
Okay. And you then state, Google says, I can hit the gas and plow through them with 4 exclamation marks. Where is that identified in this Google search?
At the very bottom where it says, you can by all means hit the gas and plow through them.
Okay, but you've referred to it multiple times as a direct quote. And a direct quote
from
means is
Google.
exact, it's exact. So in this statement here from Google, that the picture, where is hit, where does it say, I can hit capital H-I-T, the gas, and with the ampersand, plow, P-L-O-W, all capitalized, through them with 4 exclamation marks?
I think we're getting into semantics of what is 100% identical. And
So
all I
you-
did was a direct quote from there.
But it's not a direct quote, is it?
It does not 100% match exactly what is on the Google search. No.
So you added your own spin to the statement.
Say that.
I'll withdraw. You mentioned being affected by what you saw as it relates to protesters blocking roadways. And you described a couple of incidents where that occurred. Did any of those happen in San Antonio?
No, ma'am.
You were affected by what was going on around the country.
Yes, ma'am.
So if you, okay, but you mentioned that one specific incident where a horse trailer was stopped and Molotov cocktails were thrown and the horses passed away. Did that happen in San Antonio?
No, ma'am.
You said that affected you and that these incidents scared you.
Yes, ma'am.
And yet you cannot identify anything of these that are happening within the San Antonio area where you coming to work.
No, but the only time I ever came to San Antonio was to and from work. And as I stated before, it was known on the news that there were protesters beginning to take over the roads right there in Austin.
So it wouldn't surprise you then if other people were then influenced by what they saw in the media.
I can't tell you what people are influenced by or not.
But you're affected by things you see in the media.
Yes,
So it's reasonable that someone else could be affected by what they see in the media.
it's reasonable. Yes, ma'am.
So it's reasonable for an African-American man or woman who sees the killing of George Floyd and the death of Breonna Taylor and the death of numerous other individuals, that they could be then influenced by what they've seen.
Yes, ma'am.
So that your comment and comparing a monkey and President Obama could lead them to be hurtful based on the things that they've seen in the news.
Talking about protesters and my monkey picture, there's no, that wasn't even been compared.
What I'm asking is that African Americans who have seen the different things that were occurring in in America, when they then saw your post, could then be influenced by your post.
Yes, if
Okay.
I'm a very big influencer.
And the protesters that were happening around the country at this time, and specifically in San Antonio, dealt with Black Lives Matter, George Floyd, and equal treatment of African Americans. Is not right.
Yes,
And these are the protesters that you say, quote, I can hit the gas and plow through them. Let me rephrase.
Yeah,
I quote, Google says I can hit the gas and plow through them.
I still object to the question because that's not what she said. Are you asking her if she's already said that sometime?
My question is, Ms. Bennett, you posted this and this statement, which is, quote, Google says I can hit the gas and plow through them, end quote, at a time when protesters here in San Antonio were protesting Black Lives Matter, racial inequality, and the George Floyd, among other things.
I do not know if they were here in San Antonio at the time I made this post.
Ms. Bennett, you say you realize now that the post you made comparing President Obama to a monkey was wrong, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And that it was hurtful,
Yes, ma'am.
and that it was offensive,
Yes, ma'am.
and that it could be perceived as racist.
Yes, ma'am.
You heard the testimony of multiple members of the San Antonio Fire Department throughout this proceeding testified that they also found that post to be offensive.
They said that, yes.
You can see how members of the fire department were hurt by your post.
I saw it from the video, yes.
And can you see then how members of the public can be hurt by your post?
If outside members of the public saw it, yes.
Now, we've already established that anybody that had access to your page could see it,
Mhm.
correct?
Yes.
And is everybody in your, at that time, was everybody that was your friend a San Antonio firefighter?
No,
So then there are people who had access to the post that were not a part of the fire department.
they did.
And after being advised by Chief Juicy and to remove anything offensive from your account, you were unable to find the picture of the monkey and President Obama, correct?
That is correct.
But after still having that conversation, you then ignored that advice and posted the comment and Google shot about plowing through protesters, correct?
Objection to how she characterized that she ignored his advice.
All right. I'll rephrase, after you were advised by Chief Juicy to remove anything offensive or not post anything offensive, you then posted subsequently to that advice that the Google post and your subsequent comment about. plowing
I
through
also
protesters.
re-urged the objection because I believe she was advised to clean up her Facebook page. That's what the testimony has revealed. Clean up her Facebook page.
I believe that
Rephrase.
the testimony was that she had to remove anything, she should take down anything offensive. So that's where I'm going with this. But Ms. Bennett, after you had that conversation with Chief Juicy, you then posted the comment about plowing through protesters with the Google screenshot, correct?
I did because I was scared.
Didn't you see how that could be taken as offensive?
Perception.
What about perception?
One person's perception is going to be different from another person's perspective, and it's their truth. It's all in how you read something.
So the fact that some people found it offensive, you can see that.
I can see that.
When you're meeting with Chief Hood, you told him, you told him that you didn't know what Chief Juicy was talking about. And when finally another firefighter told you about the post, you responded with, "Oh, that, it didn't seem bad to me," correct?
Correct?
You then go on to say that people should confront you if they have problems with what you post, and that you didn't mean for it to be hateful, correct?
Yes.
You then start comparing things about DWIs going on in the department, and how you are being treated worse than them.
I stated that, yes.
And then you go on to say, "I didn't want to hurt anyone in the department or anyone, and now you're the one being hurt." When did you become the victim in this?
I became the victim whenever I started feeling that I had no prior discipline to even this case, and that I just, as soon as I go in there, I'm automatically terminated. I felt a victim as soon as I was not given any other due process.
Are you a lawyer?
No,
Do you know what due process is?
that you aren't fully investigated, fully questioned, allowed to defend yourself. That's how I take it.
You were showed the post that you created with the monkey, correct?
In the meeting.
Yes, in the
Yes.
meeting.
Yes,
And in the meeting, you were shown a post with the Google statement, correct?
whichever one it was, yes,
And you had with you a union representative at that meeting, correct?
I did.
And you had an opportunity to tell Chief Hood about yourself and about the events, correct?
Yes,
And prior to having that meeting, you were issued a notice of indefinite suspension on June 10th of 2020, correct?
that was the second one.
So yes.
Yes,
And prior to that, you were issued a notice of proposed originally that was ultimately rescinded on June 4th of 2020, correct?
yes,
And prior to that, you were talked to with Chief Juicy on May 11th of 2020, correct?
yes,
So from May 11th, 2020, you were aware or should have been aware that something was going on and had every opportunity to seek counsel.
I was
Agreed?
not given an option to seek counsel, no.
You can't do that in your personal time?
I've never been in this situation ever before, so I would not know that.
We also talked about the video that doesn't paint you in a fair light. You weren't referenced in the video, correct?
Not by name specifically, no.
And your testimony today is that that's character defamation. Why do you feel that way?
Because when the department puts out a video like that one after I'm gone and not even there to defend myself or even be in the video. And the way that they were talking, yes, it was their feelings. I understand that. But a lot of them, some of them were stating how trust is an issue. They couldn't work with that person anymore. Everybody knew who they were talking about.
They didn't say your name, though. We agree on that, correct?
Agreed. Yes, ma'am.
Don't you think these individuals are entitled to their feelings?
Yes.
And you didn't, the video itself was only necessary due to your actions, which you admit were wrong, correct?
If that's what the video was intended for, I don't know why they made it.
Well, we've heard testimony that that was intended to control the narrative and quash the rumors that were going on within the department. You heard that testimony, did you not?
I've heard it multiple times, yes.
And these individuals that were identified in the video talked about being angered by your post, correct?
Yes, I believe it was stated.
That they were fearful because of your post,
Yes,
that they were ashamed of your post.
yes.
Ms. Bienick, many people took your post comparing President Obama to the monkey as racist. You understand that, right?
I understand that, yes.
And you are not African-American,
No.
but yet sorry, but you're here today and you want and are projecting that you are the victim in this situation. How are you the victim versus them?
I never stated I was the
Yeah,
victim.
I'm going to object. She hasn't said she's a victim. She said that
She became the victim.
she became the victim during the meeting with Chief Hood. Has she told you today she's a victim?
We can go back through the testimony, but I believe her testimony was that she became the victim. And therefore, that's what I'm asking. The movie didn't paint her in a fair light. It was character defamation. She is portraying herself to be the victim. And I want to know whether or not she thinks she's still the victim.
I personally think she's a victim for sure, the way she's been treated by the
Yeah,
department.
but you're not the witness.
But is that what you mean by her victimization?
As to what?
May we have 5 moments, please?
One more time?
Yes, 5 minutes. Thank you. All right, Ms. Bennett, I just have a few more questions for you. This whole situation started after you made that first post with President Obama and the monkey, correct?
Yes, I assume that's when it all started. That's when I was first made aware.
Everything that happened after that was in response to that post by you, correct?
What is everything that happened?
Sure. As a result of this post, the city received a complaint from a firefighter notifying them of the monkey post. Are you aware of that?
Yes, that's what I was told.
Okay. And then subsequent to that, you received a communication from Chief Giusti. The conversation.
I was not aware of. So the timing, Giusti met with me first, and then I didn't find out that there was a complaint until in the meeting.
Okay.
So to clear the timeline up.
So you didn't know about the timeline, but you've heard the testimony through these events, and we can go off of that, correct? You have no reason to dispute the timeline that the city's created?
If it's correct,
Well, let's make sure that it's correct then. So you made the post of the monkey, correct?
correct.
Subsequent to that, Chief Giusti came out to talk to you about anything offensive, something offensive on your Facebook post, yes?
Yes,
Do you have any reason to dispute that that occurred on or about May 11th, 2020?
that is when he confronted me. I made the post prior to that.
Yes.
Yes,
And that he, and we've had evidence, I mean, and you can follow along if you'd like, under tab 5 there, that the city received a complaint or notification that you made the monkey post on or about May 9th. Not that you made it, but that's when the city received the complaint, correct?
from what I see here, yes.
Then sometime after Chief Giusti talked to you on May 11th, you then posted the picture on the Google picture, correct?
When things were going on in the world after George Floyd and things were up in turmoil. So it was end of May, beginning of June.
All right. And can we agree that George Floyd occurred on May 25th?
Yes, I believe I keep saying 24, I'm sorry.
So after that event, that's when the Google post came out, correct?
Correct.
And then the city became aware or received an email in tab 6 from someone identified as Bo Rose 4, notifying them of your Google post. Do you see that?
I see it. I was never made aware of this until all of this
Okay.
proceeding.
You were issued a notice of proposed on June 4th that was rescinded, and then a notice of proposed that was issued on June 10th, correct?
Correct.
And then you ultimately had the meeting with Chief Hood and received your final indefinite on June 11th, 2020.
Correct.
After all of that, fire department then put out a video that we've seen here today as exhibit joint
Council,
3.
council,
Yes,
a lot of this is cumulative. I mean, you're not surprising me with any of the information you're.
I'm aware of that, sir, but she did, Ms. Bennett testified that if the timeline was correct, so I'm making sure the timeline is correct.
I think the video is joint 3 for the record.
Thank you. Joint 3 for the record. And then that's when and you watched the video today, did you, or not today, but during this proceeding, did you not?
I did, but I also would like to correct that the day I was fired, there was a memo departmental wide that was put out prior to the video. I did not know about it. I'm just saying what has happened here.
Okay. That was on June 11th as well, correct?
Correct.
And then the video was disseminated to the San Antonio Fire Department after that, yes?
Yes, I don't know what time though, but yes.
Now, the San Antonio Fire Department is responsible for serving all areas of the community within San Antonio. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
That includes neighborhoods that are predominantly white, neighborhoods that are predominantly Hispanic, and neighborhoods that are predominantly African American. Yes?
Yes, ma'am.
You have to serve all of those communities equally and fairly without reservation. Is that right?
I didn't hear the first part. I'm sorry.
You have to serve all of those communities within San Antonio equally, fairly, and without reservation.
Yes, absolutely.
And in the video, were you surprised that firefighters that you worked with identified that they were less secure or less safe working together with someone who would post such a comment?
I object to the way you asked that. Did any of them testify or say in the video that they worked with her? Or did she testify that she worked with them? Because I'm not following that part. You said the firefighters that you worked with said those things.
With the San Antonio Fire Department.
Oh,
They're
so
all
just-
members of the San Antonio
All right,
Fire
so
Department,
just
correct?
firefighters within the department.
All right, let's get it together here. Okay. Less safe. Are you saying you've heard that before?
That was in the video. They feel less safe, unsafe.
And you want to corroborate that with her?
I'm asking if it surprises her that they felt that way.
I don't know how they feel. So it hurt that they would feel that way. But to clear up, it's general firefighters. I did not work with any of them.
They all work for the same department as you, correct?
That's why I said general firefighter, same department. Yes.
I'll pass the witness.
I have no questions. May she be excused, sir.
You have no more witnesses? then?
No more questions, and I have no more witnesses at this time. Grievance case rests.
Good, okay, that's what I was looking for. Thank you. Well, here we are with your rebuttal. Do you have a witness?
No, the city's
wanted
not
to-
going to call Chief
want-
Neath. No,
No.
I do not have a rebuttal witness.
Do you have any witness?
The city's already rested, sir. We're
Well,
good.
you said you wanted to rebut before.
Yes, that I was reserving that right. Yes.
So here we are, we're done. No, yeah, keep writing.
Sir, one of the things that we were discussing prior to resuming was we wanted to make sure that we specifically enumerate into the record the exhibits, because I think I blame myself, not the city. I think I might have confused that and possibly might confuse you.
Yeah, I have a couple of matters. I too would like to get the exhibit straightened out. And how do you propose to do that?
Well, what Mr. Caldwell and I discussed was reading into the record the exhibit numbers and title for the transcript. And then before we leave today, putting them all in one binder. So that way you have all of them together.
Okay, and you will, I mean, I have binders here. If we can correct
Yes, that we will.
mine, I can take these.
Yes.
Fine, okay, it's good. Just a question, anything in the agreement about progressive discipline? Is there a specific clause in the firefighter's contract that mentions that? I'm just asking.
The term progressive discipline,
Yeah, in many contracts, they actually write it into, progressive discipline, how it's supposed to be done into the contract.
there isn't, to my knowledge, there's not. There is a provision in the management rights section that the fire chief has the right to discipline and suspend firefighters for just cause. That's why we think just cause applies. The city doesn't. But I don't believe that the actual CBA gets into the concept of progressive discipline.
Counsel, would you agree with that?
I agree that the CBA, to my
And-
knowledge, does not reference progressive discipline, but I disagree with obviously the interpretation of Article 3 because it's modified by Article 30. But that'll be in my brief.
Okay, not knowing what 3 and 30 are, I mean, do you want to explain that to me? 3, is 3 management's rights?
Article 3 is management rights. The CBA is contained within your large binder there, but Article 30 deals with grievance and discipline. And I usually, and Mr. Caldwell can articulate if he has a different understanding, but we usually just deal with that in the briefs and make our arguments and allow the arbitrator to go from there.
Okay.
I'll be honest with you, sir. I think we both have done this enough against each other. That part of the briefs we're literally using again. But yes, that is exactly, the city has their position, we have ours. Ultimately, we are both going to defer to your assessment of our arguments in the CBA.
Okay, at this point, we can go off the record regarding the exhibits, but I would also like to talk to you, to counsel privately, just the 3 of us. I'd like to ask a couple of questions, okay?
Sure.